hundreds of thousands of people are going to lose out. I mean, do you think hundreds of thousands of people are claiming disability benefits and we're not really disabled?
Welcome to my live. Please kindly like the live by double tapping please and thanks. You could also become a member. Hi Ratback, how you doing? Blessings. Thank you for coming over. Appreciate you. Hi Crazy. Blessings. Please remember to double tap the live please and thanks. Thank you. How's the weather? I'm good, special. How about you? Hot. The weather over here is ridiculous, but I'm not complaining. I'm enjoying it. Right now, you can see, look, I'm having ice cream. How are you doing? How's it life treating you? Thank you. Mashallah. How's the weather treating you, Ratty? Are you having up all the mangoes? Summer suit? You mean I want to go naked? What's you talking about, Willis? Right now, I'm only sitting here so nice and calm. Yeah, because I have my fan on. Yeah, my new fan I just bought yesterday. Lies, no way is it cooler than here. Can't we change places? Show off. No way is it cool over there. I don't believe you. I've already seen all the proof of all the mangoes and everything and stuff. I heard it's hot over there. Oh, has it? We're getting some tomorrow. Wow. So what are you up to today? So you're at home. Is it raining now? What? No way. Never. My cousin's tree is full. Till they're stoning dog. Or dog, as you lot like to say it. She's got enough East Indian and Judy mangoes on her tree. No, it's cloudy at the moment. For real. So you're not going out? Blessings. Please welcome to my live. Come and comment. Don't be shy. The rain is gonna make things ripe off fast. Whoa, okay. So are you busy, Ratty? I'll keep asking you, but you're not answering me. Would you like to come up on live? I'm going to cook my dinner. What are you cooking? Anything nice? Can I have some? So there's a third person watching in the back bushes. That's okay. Just here eating, snacking, and talking. I said, let me just come and just have a random live today. Embrace what matters. I had spy. Lord, you and your dirty girl. Mm-mm. You little tramp. Come up on the live for a few. Come on. You must can spare 5 minutes. I'm not staying here long. Then you can go and do your dirty warrior, dirty girl. Dirty, dirty, why, my girl, dirty, why, way. Right, he's gonna do his dirty wife with his dirty girl. Mm-hmm. Walk out to your friend, Ray. Be back, man. Why do you come up for 5 minutes? Come on, you must can spare 5 minutes. Listen to this guy, see? Why are you running for? Stop being shy. No shy. Welcome to my live. Please kindly like up the live, please, and thanks. If you're going to spy on me and watch me, you might as well, because you're still giving me views. Don't be shy to comment. Megan, lies. Stop running, man. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Hi, Savis. How you doing? Greetings. Blessings. Thank you for coming over. Please kindly remember to like up the live, please, and thanks. How you doing? Come right back. 5 minutes. You must can do 5 minutes, please. Savis, blessings. Good night. How you doing? I'm not staying on long, right here, so 5 minutes. Hi, Ratty, said Savi. I've missed you guys. It's been such a while. I haven't really done a proper live like this for a while. See what it is I'm so busy working, doing so much things. I haven't really had no time. And then you see what as well, what it is, the weather is not the best of weathers for the iPhone to go live. How are you, sis? I'm great, thank you. I'm just, like I was just telling Ratty, I've been enjoying the nice hot weather. And thank you to whoever just kindly liked up the live, appreciate you. But yeah, I've been loving the hot weather in the UK. So I've just been embracing that. Right now, I just got a new fan yesterday. So I got the new fan just like beating on me. And my baby girl, she's sleeping. Glad to catch you live. Thank you, sweetie. How are you? How's it going for you? But yeah, I've just been enjoying the nice weather. Give thanks. Just taking it all in. I'm just chilling in bed right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm chilling on my bed. But I soon gonna go have a shower. I was meant to go out, but I'm not going out. Mute? What's muted? Me? I haven't muted. It's not muted. Guys, can you hear me? Where's Ratty run off to? You see Ratty's run off, and I wanted to know about his daddy girl. I want him to come and, you know. Hey, Ratty from JA. Service is calling you, Ratbag. It's okay now. Yeah, see, it wasn't me. I don't know what happened. I really don't know what happened. Welcome to my live. Appreciate you. The Harlem Show. Hey. I remember the Harlem Dance. Hi, how you doing? Thank you for coming on my live. Appreciate you. Hi, Rose. How you doing? Blessing. Thank you for coming. Please, guys, remember to double tap the live, please, and thanks. Appreciate you. Whereabout are you? I'm in the UK, London, United Kingdom, Great Britain. Yes, like the live, guys. Come on, guys. Please and thanks. It will be lovely. It will be lovely. It will be wonderful. It was lovely to see 2 new people come on the Harlem Show. And Rose, Streatham, South London. Oh, is that where you are? You're in Streatham? You're just down the road from me then. You're literally down the road from me. I'm in the UK too. Okay, okay. That is lovely. So you're enjoying the weather then? We're meant to be getting rain tomorrow. So enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, we're meant to get a little rain tomorrow. I'm hoping so. Because you never know, it might end up being snow. But yeah, but the weather's going to be getting back to these kind of weathers. It's still going to be hot anyway. It's still going to be up there. Yeah, beautiful weather. Yeah, it has been. That's why I said I'm not complaining. It's just humid. Like I said, it's just humid. Yeah. Thank you for liking up the live. Working from home tomorrow. Okay. Might. But I might have to check up on a few of my clients. Yeah, next week will be a hot. Yes, it will. Sunday and Monday gonna be hot. But Sunday we're meant to be having a little bit of rain too. But yeah, it's gonna be real hot. So make sure you got all your summer clothes out and your battery riders and everything. Yeah, make sure they're out. Or better yet, just stay at home naked. Trust me, the heat is a killer. I think we need more breeze. I think we need more breeze. Right, he really ran away. He's playing shy shy. My children are sleeping, yeah. Well, one of them, I think my 15-year-old's just gone to bed because she was doing her homework. To bed for about 7:30. But the heat is what's been bothering her. But yeah, since I've got the fan, she's going back to bed on normal time. Ratty's gone to cook with Auntie P. Yeah, he's dirty girl. My bestie. No, I don't think he's cooking with Auntie P. I just think he's cooking. That's what he said. Yeah. Auntie P's got her new channel now, guys. Go and check her out. Yeah, my bestie's got a channel. Great, great. Yeah. Oh, I've been watching all this news with all this foolishness. I don't know why I'm watching it because it's just gonna turn me mad. Don't know why I'm watching it, to be honest. 1 second, I'm just gonna share myself out. Hold up 1 second. Yeah. We linked up with them in JA last year. Oh, okay, that's amazing. My screen gone. Yeah, that's amazing. Hi, Mr. Cool Cat. And a lot of my clients are threatening right now. Mr. Cool Cat. I'm coming to you now, Mr. Cool Cat. My dance video is beautiful. I got another one to put out, but I just can't be bothered. The Shake It to the Max one. It was great to see you, the team. Oh, bless you. Thank you. Hi, Anne. How you doing? Stop threatening me, LOL. Mr. Corkout. I told you, one of these days, watch when I pull up on you. You're kind of like I don't like Ealing. Ealing is far. Ealing's just down the road. Actually, I'm going weekend because I want to go to the dinosaur park with my daughter. I'm trying to get tickets, to be honest. Yeah, you mean with the what? Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, Savis. Exactly that. Yeah. How you doing, Aunt? Blessings. I know you're Heathrow, but I'm going Ealing. It's just down the road from you. Thank you. Love and appreciate you. What are you up to, Aunt? Are you busy? Welcome to my live. Please double tap the screen. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I want to with my children. The youngest one. I don't know if the others want to come. The big one probably won't want to come, but my middle child might. It depends. I think she's got some parties to go to be honest with you. She just it's so hard to book her appointment with my 15-year-old now. She's just so popular and busy. Pull up 5 minutes from Heathrow Airport. You are welcome. All right. Remember you said that. Don't let me jump in my car while I'm on live and pull up. Yeah? Just I'll just come, you know. Don't get it twisted. You're still resting, Anne. That is good. That is amazing. You needed that rest. You really did. Meet you at Steak and Lobsters restaurant. All right. You know you said that, yeah? I'm coming tomorrow. Think I'm joking. Watch. I'm coming. Trust me, Savis, my daughter's a beautiful angel. I'm so proud of her. But she is so popular. It's crazy. Hi, Mama Shah. Vivica Fox. Mrs. Beautiful Model. Mrs. Amazing. Mrs. Superwoman. And happy birthday. Come now. You want me to come now? Don't tease me, you know. I will come one of these days. Think it's joke. I am not coming out my house at 18 minutes past 12 to go and roll up and then you disappoint me at this time of the night. Ha! You're having a laugh. Miss Charmaine, how are you? Says Mr. Cool Cat. Hi, my Jerry Berry. How you doing, Papa? Blessings. You're not going nowhere. All right, Papa. I know that. I'm not going anywhere, for real. Love you, my sister. I love you too, Mama. Miss Charmaine, blessings, says Jerry. Shore fishing. Hey, says Savis. Yeah, Jerry, you hear that? Mm-hmm. Mama Shaw, you heard it, right? Lies, yes, you do. Driving, so limited typing. Okay. Do you want to come up? Well, I don't have you on nothing to give you the link, Jerry. Unless I put the link on my community post. So you can talk while driving. Miss Charmaine, blessings, says Struggler, aka Ant. Savage, love, and appreciate you too. Jerry, bless up. Struggler, blessings, and respect. Mama Shaw, guess who was here? The little one rat bag was here. He was it was like the first or second person to come in. Mm-hmm. Hi, Darwin. How are you? Blessings. Welcome to coming to my live. Thank you. Appreciate you. Please kindly remember to like up the live. No, see no link. You want the link? All right, let me put up the link. I'm going to put it up now, Jerry. Hold on 1 second. Let me put up the link for you. It is so hot. It's up now, Jerry. What ups was your ups is here? What ups, Mr. Cool Cat? You ain't got no ups around here. Can I ask you a question? Go on then, darling. Ask me the question. We have thunderstorm in Tampa. Oh, and we're only going to get a little bit of rain starting from tonight, going to be raining tomorrow. I wish you all the best, Mama Shaw. Yeah, he run. I tried to get him to come up on the platform, but he ran. Yeah. You could ask me a question, darling. No problem. The one that dashed me away and now he's come back. Mm-hmm. I don't really have a favorite K-pop group, you know, darling. I don't really deal with K-pop like that. Can't see it. You can't see it, Jerry. It's there, Papa. It's there, Jerry. Oh, thank you, Savis. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'm too mature for K-pop. I hear you, Mama Shah. Jerry, it's there, Papa. You're on your cell, but if you go onto my community post, it should be there for you, Papa. My favorite singer. I don't really have a favorite singer, but I have a favorite type of music that I love listening to, which is slow jams. I love to listen to R&B, slow jams. Hi, Makai. How you doing? Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. To come check me, so I told him, stay home, don't come at all. Mama Shah, you look too young and sexy, that's why. The link open different. Is it Strug? For real? One second. Let me do it again. Hold up. Let me see. Hold up. 1 second. It allows me to come on. Look. Let me put it up again. Hold up. 1 second. Because that's crazy. I think YouTube's doing that, but it's the same link because it came through. Thanks to answer my questions, beautiful. That's no problem. What's your favorite K-pop tune? You're going to tell me a joke on email? All right, then. Tell me then, Mr. Corker. You got my email anyway. Show that text or email, LOL. All right, okay. I'll show Mama Charmaine the text. Struggler better. I will do. How's things, OJ? We miss you. You've been ghost. You've been so missing. And Sav, please, thank you. May your pocket never run dry. God bless you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love and appreciate you. Baby Monster and Blackpink girls. Boys Music and Star. Okay, I'll check them out. I'm gonna check them. Check those music out for you. Yeah, as you as you like K-pop, I'm gonna check it out for you. He said, "Who come first? Win all day." So I told him not to boost on him. Oh my gosh, for real, Mama Shah. Game over. That was a red flag right there. Things been okay. Appreciate you too. Mwah. Love and appreciate you. God bless you. You can say. Okay, all right. OJ, bless up. OJ, are you free enough to come up? You want to come up? I'm not. Everybody, and I still need to communicate with my beautiful people that support me and my family, my good friends, my everything. So, I really should have done a live show today, but it's just so busy and it's just so tiring and hard to do one, to be honest. It really is. Yeah. All right. Yeah. When I finish the live, Mr. Corker, I'm gonna turn around and show Mama Shaw. It's car distant. Now 1:28 at night. Oh wow. Okay. Oh bless you. And you're up at this time? It's 11:28 over here. 28 minutes past 11 p.m. It's soon midnight. So OJ, you coming up? Thank you for liking up the live. I appreciate you. Can't come up tomorrow. Okay, Papa, no problem. Who's still coming live tomorrow though? But wait, OJ, how you turn around and make plans for tomorrow? Who told you I'm coming live tomorrow? So thanks for joining the members. Love. Yes, thank you. I did say thank you and appreciate you, Mama Charmaine, saying thank you too. Bye, my heart. Yes, good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just spinning for me. Oh, do you want me to send it to you? Okay, let me send it to you. To you, Aunt. So you can come up. Hey, greetings. I will connect with you. Okay, Mama Charmaine's not a content creator. She's just a big, great supporter. She supports everybody. She's a superwoman. I love her. I do. That's my family tree. That's my family tree. Yes, but you can support her son though. TC. Yes, my bro. He's amazing too. He's a content creator. Yes. He loves to go to Comic Cons. Sav, I'm not a creator. I just love to support my family. Yes, she's just a sexy foxy that just loves to, look beautiful on our screens when she feels like it. She'll come up. And we love her. I love my Papa Dennis too. It's not working. It must be your side then. I'm not sure. Mama Shark, can I just try with something with you if you're available, please? I'm just sending you something. See if that link and see if it works for you, please. Special K. But here, oh look, it's not come up here. Hi, Papa AG, blessings. Hey, Mama Shaw's here. Hey, so it worked for you. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh,
Hey,
it keeps
Mama,
saying,
how you
wait, not
doing?
host.
It wasn't showing before.
No.
Just came up. I don't know if it's YouTube doing something or so. I'm not sure. How you doing, Papa? Special hi, TC. See, there's my bro. Guys, please go and check him out. Yep. That's my family tree. TC came on. Thank you. Thank you, Papa AG. How you doing? How's the mangoes going? I want to update on your mango tree. Can you hear me, Mr. Corcat? I don't know. The YouTube seems to be playing up. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, now it's freezing. Hear me now? It's frozen again. Hi, Mary. Blessings. Oh, you can hear me. Thank you. How you doing? Welcome to my live. Please double tap the live, please, and thanks. Appreciate you. Welcome. Be right back. Okay, TC, no problem. How you doing, Mama Shaw? How has your beautiful day been? Mama Shaw is freezing. It's frozen again. I hope I haven't frozen on my side. Yeah, she's frozen. I don't know what's going on. And it's still working for you, Aunt. But she did say she has a thunderstorm, so the network keeps going in and out. So I'm not sure. I got a pain in my shoulder. Yes, I was knocked out. See, I think it might be that the weather over her side. Special K, you ain't frozen. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cool Cat. Thank you. You okay? Thank you, Sav. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love. Again to see if it will come. If you try the link again and see if it will work. I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. I'm just here, just enjoying. Yay! It worked. You're right here, but it's frozen. Don't know what happened. Don't know if it accepted you or not, but I did try. I might have to take her out manually. But you came up, and when I tried to add you, it's just gone. It's just frozen. Oh, there you go. Hey, how you
Hey, how are
doing?
you?
I'm
Good.
fine,
How are
thank
you?
you. Just enjoying this beautiful weather. I got the fan here, so it just feels nice and cool. Hey, hey.
Yeah, I have the fan on.
Yeah, but
Um,
your weather is going crazy.
it's hot. It's really hot.
106 degrees. Woo! You lot
Crazy,
getting
crazy.
some desert weather.
I'm actually getting up now. I'm gonna start getting ready to make a quick run after I take a shower. Make a quick run and then start off by sundown. It's 8:49. So as soon as the
Wow.
sun goes down, actually I'm gonna go to my
Get
storage
out.
unit first. Start
That's
from
what
down.
I wanted to do. Mama Shaw said, I don't know what is going on, but we have rain. Okay, yeah. Yes, Sav, they got 106 degrees over weather. That is some different kind of heat they have.
I can't believe it's so late over there for you. Did you get any rest today? Or you've been busy all day.
Busy, busy, busy. All
Yeah.
day. It's 20 to 12.
Yeah, I know.
20 to midnight.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I have wow, 20 to 7.
Ooh,
Blessings,
okay.
everyone in the chat. Hello.
Yeah, I couldn't manage, Sav. Trust me, I would be under an acorn or a icebox. I'll be living there. What? Woo! I'm telling you, I'll be fully naked. Everything will be airing out because I am not living in that heat. Not in New York. No way.
That part I like.
Woo. Hot, hot, hot. Yes, Mama Shah, it really is hot, hot, hot.
Man.
I am using my phone right now. Wow. Yeah, too hot, boss. It really is. I don't know. And you're in a black t-shirt. Ain't that attracting the heat?
No, this is blue.
Oh, is it blue? Okay, it looks
Yeah.
black over on the screen.
Well, I hope it's blue.
Okay. But still, I wouldn't have even that. You're good. You're good. That must
It is.
make you not want to eat.
The Wi-Fi isn't working well for Miss Charmaine.
Yeah, okay. I was there last year and Mercy, Miami, that was woo. Oh, wow, Sav. I can believe you. Trust me. Because even in the UK, we don't usually get this hot at this time of the year. This is like a record breaker for us. Usually it's like really cold, but they're playing with the temperatures right now. Something is going on. Yeah. It's really, really woo.
Oh my goodness. I hope that I have a good night, a safe night tonight.
You will. In
Gonna
the
do
mighty name of Jesus, you will. You will.
I tested my iPad out while I was here earlier for maybe like a quick 1 minute live, 2 minute live. So far it's working. I just want to see what the angle is gonna be with the what is it called, the phone holder I have in the car for the iPad. See how
Okay.
I can get, because I don't know if I'll be able to see the road. I think it's too low. So,
Okay.
and then
Yeah,
another thing is
yes,
that
Sav.
chat,
It
the
is.
chats don't stay like it says here. The chats disappear.
I think there's a way to kind of sort that out, you know. I can't remember how it's done because I've never done it on the iPad, so I've only done
Yeah,
it on my laptop. But there's a way to slow it down so you could actually see it more.
I'll figure it out. I'll try to hit the button for the chats while I'm driving or before I start driving to see if it could slow it down. If not, I think it
Yeah,
says live chat, but it still disappears.
I think you might have to do the on the little there's a little square and a little like
Yeah,
wrench at the bottom. I
yeah,
think you might have to do it from there.
it still disappears. I'll see. I'll see what happens. But either way, I'll
I'll
have
get the
mods in the chat.
chat on my iPad now. Okay. All right, Mama Shah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's when you go on live, Miss Charmaine. When you go live with the iPad, the messages disappear. They don't stay.
Yeah.
And when you cycle it between live chat and all chats, it does the same thing. It disappears.
Disappears.
So
Okay.
I'll check to see if there's a wrench to slow it down. But I'm not really worried about the chats. I'll have people in the chats. If I miss something, they could type it back in, or if someone else goes live with me. But I might figure out what I'm gonna do later, because I'm gonna do it while I'm doing my gig work. So
Okay.
I'll figure it out then.
If you go full screen, it will disappear. Okay. If you go full screen, it will disappear.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So now I'll see if I could minimize the screen then when I'm
Yeah.
when I'm doing a live stream, I guess.
Okay. Ooh, it's so nice and refreshing. These are the times where you want to go out in this nice, cool, like where it's not so humid. When it's
Mhm.
full beaming out there, I don't want to be out there.
Right. I'm gonna
Because you're
jump off,
just sticky.
jump into the shower, and start getting ready.
What
And
time you going live? Hopefully, I should be able to go on and check your live for a few before I go to sleep.
it will be sometime around 9 o'clock, because I have to go to my storage unit, empty my hatch out, leave some stuff in storage so I have space in the
And it's
hatch.
7 now. So that's
Yeah.
roughly.
And I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat first, real quick.
So is
So
that roughly about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock? 2.
um, for
It's
you,
around 1. Yeah.
should be around 9:15, most likely. My storage unit is not far, and I'm gonna go to grab a bite first before I go to storage unit. I just have to get there before 10 to hit the keypad. So once I could get in, I could get out. So
Okay.
real quick, I'm gonna go there.
Yeah. Hopefully, I'll be able to. If I can't, I'm so sorry. I'm just
All
being
right, no
so
worries.
tired.
Everyone have a good night.
You too. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having.
I'm gonna try and do some lives in the night, but in the day is
Like,
impossible. Trust
like
me.
the chat and join the family here.
Yeah, please do. Like up
All
the
right.
live, guys, please and thanks.
All right. Take care.
You too. Stay blessed. All
All
right.
right.
Bye. Yay. Oh, yeah, it's about 2:15 UK time. Thank you, Sav. I thought so. It's about 2. Yeah. Thanks for coming, love. Thank you. Yes. See, in times like this, what do people do that's a little bit crazy to keep themselves cool? Apart from going, fully commando, what else do we do? Right now, my daughter loves to have ice cream. She's just loving, she just wants ice cream. She don't even want food. She wants ice cream. I've been trying to give her a lot of fruits so she can have something a little bit healthy. But she eats fruits anyway. So I don't know. She don't feel like it's cooling her down. Good night, American. That's Struggler, aka Anthony. Sav. He's a sweetheart. But yeah, I try to connect with everybody, keep a positive mindset, think outside the box and not always inside the box in the certain circles, because too much other circles have too much negativity. Sounds like that. Yeah. Yeah. So he's trying to do a little bit more lives and stuff to grow his channel. Yeah. While he's working, he's got to try and go live. Yeah. Which should be amazing. This month also is mental health awareness, so it'll be nice to kind of get some people to just come and talk. And let's have some positive mindsets, mind frames. Yeah. Ooh, my love is going down. It's going down. Great that the way forward. Exactly. It really is. We need to stay a little bit more positive. I can't believe I done an hour. That's great because I was only meant to do like roughly half an hour. So I'm really thankful for that. I'm thinking, should I do a silent or should I change this into a silent? What should I do? What should I do? Because I need to go and have a shower and get myself ready. I need to go and rest, Because, Sav, do you know what time I go to work? Do you really want me to tell you? I go work at 4. 4. I can't stay up on this all day and all the time. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, to do a green screen. Yeah, it might help. I do a green screen every now and then. I try not to do it that much. I'm sorry, connection is so bad. No, that's no problem, Mama Shaw. Appreciate you. Hello, sis. Thank you. Busy. Oh, bless you, Superwoman. That's fine. Because I've been busy myself, trust me. So, yeah, I understand. I fully do. Take care and stay blessed. I know it's really hot over there, so please do get some rest. Yes, Sav. 4, yeah, 4, go rest. I know, but you see where it is? I'm not tired yet. That's the reason why I'm just doing a little bit of an hour, and then, yeah, I might just turn it on a silent and put on a green screen. I might do that. Yeah, put up a picture. But see, you know where it is? I was told as well, the network. Oh, it's going funny again. Yeah, I was told that, you see, when it comes to doing the green screen, it doesn't really pay. AJ, you're back. Love you. Thank you. And thank you for the like. I appreciate you. Bless up, chat. Hands busy. All right, mama. Make sure it's busy with work and not something else, because I know you love Love talk about Go do that work. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 19 likes. You know, I appreciate you. Would anyone like to give me one more like to make it go to 20? Green seal will help to grow your channel. Sav, it has done amazing for my channel, but you know what it is? It doesn't help when it I was told that it doesn't help when it comes to getting your ads and your payment. I think they're trying to stop something to do with it, but I'm not sure how true it is. Yeah, I'm seeing 20. Oh, thank you, Sav. That is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, they always show one less on this side. I totally keep forgetting, but yeah, I'm seeing 19 on this side, but thank you for the 20. I appreciate you. Hi, Papa J Brown. Blessings. Night to you and to all the lovely people in the house. Blessed love, everyone. Blessings. Thank you. Blessings off your floor like a river. Thank you, Papa. Blessings. Good night. Hope you're doing well. And how you doing with the weather today? I hope you're enjoying it, you know, because you're in the States as well. So, you know, I hope the weather's treating you good at this present moment. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm not complaining. Do you know what I forgot? I need to go and get as well my head tie. My head tie is downstairs. I need to go and get it. I nearly went out the house this morning, you see, because I get ready and I turn around and have my shower and stuff and I got ready and stuff. I nearly went out with my bonnet on my head and I hate those things. I don't like seeing, you know, the bonnets on your head in a day I just can't do it. Me. It looks good on some people, but no, I just couldn't do it. Jay Brown, blessed love, says Mama Charmaine. Okay, going on. We're not seeing nothing, sweetheart. The screen is blank. Papa, it's not blank here. Jay Brown, hello, says Sav. I don't know. It's not blank here. Can you see me now? I'm right here, Papa. I don't know what's going on with the network. The network's just not networking. Not blank for me. Thank you, Mama Shaw. Thank you so much. I don't know what's going on. It seems like it's just not networking. Something's really going down. So should I leave this live going and put it on a blank screen, or should I keep it going and keep flowing, you know, until the morning? I might as well just keep it going. I can still talk to you while I got my green screen on. Yeah. I might just give it another couple more minutes. I'll change it to green screen at midnight. Jay Brown, hello. My chats are frozen again. Jay Brown, bless up, says OJ. Serve Miss Charmaine. Happy evening, ladies. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing today? OJ, Ratty said the mangoes are nearly done. It's pure rain you're getting over there. Is it true? How can the mangoes nearly done already? No way can the mangoes done. Now we're not hearing you, host. For real, you're not hearing. Is anyone else having this problem? My connection is all over the place also. But I'm talking. I haven't changed. I haven't done anything. Go rest up early. Rise tomorrow. Yes, Sav, I might do that, to be honest with you. I'm just waiting for 12 o'clock to come. I'm not really tired though. It's hard for me to sleep. I find it hard to sleep at nights. But I will. I might turn it on green screen. Cameraman, greetings. Yeah, I might just turn it on a silent live. Hi, is it working now? Is it working? Is it not? Can you hear me? 6 beautiful people. Can you please double tap my live, please and thanks? Appreciate you. Thank you, Mama Shaw. Appreciate you. God bless you. Love you. Thank you. Thank you. I have a Julie mango in my fridge and an East Indian, and I want one of them. I feel for mango right now. Talking about mango. No audio, but there's everyone else can hear me. I'm not sure. Mama Shaw, can you hear me? I don't know what's going on. You might just have to type. I might just type to you. Cause I'm not sure what's going down. I ate 3 mangoes yesterday. Sav, I had 2. Yeah, my mom come back from Jamaica, so yeah, I've been eating up the mangoes. I really have been. One more minute. Let me try and get up my green screen. You're buying it in the market? Oh, man. Yeah, I mean that my mum brought back a whole heap of mangoes. I'm just looking for my green screen. Papa J. Brown. I don't like that one. Wow, that is amazing. Wow. That is amazing. It was just your time to blow, Mama. It was your time to blow. That's amazing. That is amazing. God bless you. Okay, yeah. I don't really like doing it that much, but you know, sometimes it works. You know. But that's amazing. God bless you. You have to teach me the secrets of what to do, you know. That is so amazing. God bless you. That is so lovely to hear. Thank you, Mama. Yeah, I might just put up this one instead. I was going to put up the one where I'm sitting on the roof, but I changed it. Yeah, I'll see how it does. Love, 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 and appreciate you, Papa J. Brown. Love you. Yeah. Yeah, I do put nice pics. Yeah, I do get blessed. I do. It does turn out nice. But yeah. So I'm just thankful. Love and appreciate you. God bless you. So I will see you around. Take care. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Winston, blessings. Love, 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 and appreciate you. Yeah, blessings, twin. Love you. And I missed you, Twinny. I missed you so much. Good night, peeps, says Sav. Good night. Stay blessed. And thank you so much once again. God bless you. Good night. Good night. Good night. I will be going. Wait there. I thought connected to you already. I will be going to rest up myself. I'm gonna go and have a shower once again. This will be like my third or fourth shower. But yeah, I'm gonna go and have a shower and then come and lie down in my clean sheets. Missed you too, sis. You have to tell us all about it. Can't wait for the live for you to tell us how amazing it was, what you done. You know, we want to know all the amazing things. You just got back home. Oh, wow. Josh. Oh, and you're on my live already? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Guys, round the back, please remember to double tap the screen, please. And thanks. Appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But God bless you. Oh, how was it? Give my love to Mama Lynn. How was it? I can't tell you about this mission. Okay. Okay. No problem. I fully understand. Okay. But it must have been great still. At least you came back safe and not sorry. God bless you. Yes, I understand. Yeah. It was that is amazing. That's good. That's what I love to hear. That is excellent. I love hearing that. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go for some water as well. But it's after midnight now, so I'm gonna turn this live into a silent live. Quickly go and have a shower and then come back. I might start talking again. Feel free to talk with each other, but I'm just going to put it on silent and keep the green screen going. I don't know, guys, what do you think of this picture? Or should I put the other one up with where I'm on the car rooftop? Or should I keep that one? I think that one might do better. Yeah. We will catch you later. Okay, Papa, no problem. Take care and get some good rest. Stay blessed. Yes, we will catch up. Yes, take care. Guys, I'm going to put this on silent. So please feel free to comment and still stay connected. Appreciate every single one of you. I'm just going to quickly go and have a shower and then get ready for my bed. While I'm in my bed, if you're still here conversating on still connected to me, I will continue to keep talking to you for a little until I get sleepy. But if not, I'm just going to leave it on silent for the rest of the night. But good night. Sweet dreams to you all. Thank you. Please, guys, remember to double tap the live as well. Please and thanks. Thank you, OJ. Love and appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting. Love, 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 love. Hi, village. Good night. How are you? Thank you, village. Hi, village. Good night. How are you? Sorry, what happened? Are you okay? We need to get some rest, village. No problem. It seems like everybody's network is going down. But I was busy working as well, so I just came in to show some love. I did like the live as well. How is things? How are you doing? You need to get some rest because it's early in the morning for you, village, and you got work. Good night. Oh, thank you, village. You're the champion. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome to my silent live. Please double tap the screen, please, and thanks. Appreciate you. Welcome, guys. Please double tap the live, please, and thanks. Appreciate every single one of you. Welcome, welcome. This is Special K speaking. How you doing? Hey, village. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Hi, YT5. Thank you. How, how you doing? Thank you. Hi. Good night. It's 1:45 a.m. and I have work in a few, so I'm going to get some rest. But thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you, no shy shy. Hi, village. Welcome to my live, guys. Please double tap the screen, please, and thanks. Appreciate you.
Does somebody Maggie Summers mean anything to you? Who's Maggie Summers? The woman who was allegedly selling your mother's bike.
Brighter skies.
Hey, Flames. Give me 1 minute, please.
So afternoon temperatures in Glasgow up to around 17.
1 minute, Flames. I'm coming. 1 moment.
18 or 19 there in Belfast. Still up to 25 to 26 degrees across parts of eastern England.
How you doing, Flames? How's it going? Hey, Village. How you doing, Flames? How's it going? Flames is gone. Flames, 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 Village. Welcome to my live, guys. Please double tap the live, please, and thanks. Hi guys, how is everyone doing? Please kindly like up the live, please and thanks. Appreciate every single one of you.
and a case is already in court. Police officers accused of having a role in the death of Ojwang are facing murder charges.
What needs to be done to stop these incidents of police brutality, as we term it?
It needs to start at the top. There has to be action at the top. Anytime there's instances of police violence, the junior officers are the ones who usually take the blame. If we start prosecuting top police officers who give the command, then at least these instances of police violence and torture will stop.
And has anything changed since last year? Of course, these protests today were...
Welcome to my live. Please kindly double tap.
Hope that this regime, the regime of William Ruto, learned from their mistakes in 2024, but it's not the case. Look, today was the first anniversary of June 25th massacre. We thought that police would at least allow people to protest without interfering with it, but it was different. They responded with even more brutal force. They blocked access to some of areas that this petition was supposed to be presented. They even, through the Communication Authority of Kenya, gave illegal orders that stopped live streaming of this protest. But I'm glad, because of the court action by Katiba Institute, the Kenya Human Rights Commission, and Law Society of Kenya, but we have been able to challenge this illegal directive, and the court has ordered the Communication Authority of Kenya to lift the ban that it had.
Welcome to my live. Please double tap the screen, please, and thanks. Appreciate you.
Relationship between people in Kenya and the police change then?
Well, it's just to obey the law, follow the due process. If a suspect is arrested, like in the case of Ojwang, he should be subjected to the judicial process. If a police officer is accused of murder or any misconduct, they will need also to be taken through the due process. If that is done, if everyone is having their share of accountability, then that relationship would be repaired. But as we speak right now, police can commit crimes and they won't stop fully at any
across the territory on Wednesday. We waited for aid. It's the latest in Australia's deadly Israeli attack to their aid site. Israel's military has told the AFP news agency that it was not aware of the incident on Wednesday morning with casualties in 753. The health ministry in Gaza says that since the end of May, nearly 500 people near aid centres while seeking food and aid. On Wednesday, the Israel Defense Forces said 7 soldiers were killed in a similar attack in southern Gaza a day before. It made it the deadliest day for the Israeli military in Gaza since the global ceasefire with Hamas. The lieutenant, 3 staff sergeants, and 3 sergeants were killed in the bomb on their armed forces. More on military developments from Jerusalem is on the news correspondent.
As one war ends, another continues. And in Gaza on Wednesday, at least 45 Palestinians were killed by Israeli forces, according to the Hamas Health Ministry, including people who are seeking aid. This has been happening almost every day in Gaza since Israel introduced the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation last month to bypass the United Nations for aid distribution. This is a system that has been heavily criticized by virtually everyone who has an experience with aid distribution because it requires people to travel to one of those 3 distribution hubs to try to get a very limited amount of aid that's being handed out. Mechanism has insufficient and inhumane Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to strike a deal with Hamas. According to a senior Hamas official, calls for a hostage release and ceasefire deal have intensified without negotiations in mid-state.
That's it from the team here in Washington. Thanks for watching.
Hi, thanks for joining me. Our weather on Thursday is looking a little mixed. Outbreaks are playing in the morning, or at the very least, cloudy skies. And the afternoon, though, the sun should be out, and it's going to feel a little better too. Currently, weather fronts are crossing the UK, bringing the outbreaks again. Once the weather comes from the North Sea, the sun will be out. With the forecast on the Thursday morning, a lot of woods. Once the sun comes down to the western edge, and then the sun should be back eastward. You don't really expand the outbreak south and eastern winds. You can still another and that cloud rain will continue to spread northwestward during the course of the widely single digit in the mid but it's still going to be is the outlook for the next 2 days and find out very
the lowest returning rate of women to work. So we have a high rate in the 20s, but once women have children and you have a home to take care of, they don't come back to work. I'm very proud to say that I have a strong support system. So thank you to my husband, who's somewhere here, and my family to allow me to do the work that I'm doing and to be here tonight to be with you.
Thank you very much. And we thank your husband too. Thank you very much. Senator Fuzia Saleh, you have ascended to a relatively high position in the political system, despite all the obstacles. Can you talk about that and about how difficult it has been?
I must say that it has been very difficult. And a woman has got to be twice as good as men, to be acknowledged even as good. The glass ceiling does exist. It's not easy. And politics is the most difficult because, like Tricia said, campaigning is difficult. You have to lobby, you have to sit down in coffee shops, you have to raise the funds. You have to have a very good support system. And I'm also very thankful. My husband and my family has always been very supportive. In fact, he's the one who propelled me forward. There are times when I feel like giving up. And when I started, the women were happy making tea during meetings. They were happy taking charge of committees like food and drinks and decorations for events, and we changed all of that. And we have over the years, especially now in my position, we've brought some affirmative action. Recently, during the Congress, we achieved 40.42% of women delegates.
Thank you very much. Milashini has been jigging up and down in her chair, shaking her head. You wanted to add a
No, I didn't mean any disrespect. I just want to say this. I understand Trisha and Senator coming in here and really, making it important to point out the places in which men have supported them. But herein lies the problem for me. We constantly go back to this celebratory language for this very minimal participation of men. We constantly we amplify the places, and I'm sorry, men, we over amplify the places in which you do this much. What you need to be is an ally. What you need to understand is that if you're talking about equality, it's literally that. And so it's not about, thank you very much, men, for doing this amount. It is, come on, men, you can do more. That's the position I want to take. Sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Spiral.
I want to hear if I could.
How are you? Good night. Thank you for passing over and thank you for the likes. Appreciate you. Love, bro. Sorry, I'm going to sleep because I gotta wake up early for work. But thank you. It's very hot, but I have my fan running right now, Spiral. Yeah. Yes, you will. I was on the live earlier. I just turned it over to a silent live. Yeah. But I was on it earlier. Thank you, bro. I'll probably go live again tomorrow in the day.
Politics right now. I mean, no offense to YB Fuzia Saleh, I don't really follow your personal politics. Nothing on you. It's just that across party lines, whether government parties or opposition parties, women behave exactly like men. You don't do the right thing.
Yeah, okay, bro. No problem.
For what? Because you don't care about the people.
Take care, stay blessed.
There's no point in trying to have affirmative action to get more women in politics if you're gonna behave exactly.
That's no problem, bro. That's no problem. Seriously.
Sir, thank you. And after him, lady in blue. Sir.
Yeah, I just want to comment on.
I fully understand.
statement saying that women, there are more female students than male students in the university because I teach at the university. It is true. So the reality is that when they have more women graduated from the university and then they go into the workforce, etc., they are paid lower than their male counterpart, and that makes them feel disinterested to pursue working and decided to choose being a housewife and etc.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady just there, if you would.
Hasreen, and I tend to agree with the lady in front of me just now. I'm also in media. I have my own show. My head of current affairs and news is also a woman, very powerful. So I don't think that it's a problem about getting women into the workforce. And I feel that with affirmative action policies rather, it actually reduces our talents because it feels like we need a lifeline to get ahead. So I'd rather merit all the way.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. We'll move on to our next question. It comes from Roshini.
Is Rashini Mukaya, and I have a question in regards to Malaysian identity. This is something that I personally I have been struggling with. My question is, how do you reconcile the ideals of Malaysia being a diverse, democratic, secular country versus the reality of Malaysia versus Malaysia's status quo prioritizing Malay Muslim hegemony? Thank you.
Thank you, Rashini. And we will come back to you after we've spoken to the panel on this. I should say this is one of the few states in the world where the special position of an ethnic group is named in the constitution and where rights and privileges are entrenched in law for that group, often referred to as the Bumi Putera, forgive me, also translated as the sons of the soil. But Ashini Somya.
So I get to start this first.
Yeah, you can start this one. Go on.
That's great.
I'm sure you've got one or two thoughts.
Put the minority on the spot first, why don't you?
A low blow. Go on.
Roshni, thank you for that question. I think it's safe to say that I'm the only person on this panel who is like you, a biracial, maybe more than biracial person, that is often sort of phrased as an in-between person, right? And I get it. My concern with the way in which we constantly talk about identity in this country boils down to a very important national word, tolerance. We've heard this word since I was a child. There's this thing, tolerancy, we call it in Malaysia. And I have a huge problem with that. I tell my students this all the time. Would you tell your girlfriend I tolerate you? You won't, right? And I think therein lies the problem for me. And I say this as a person who has an Indian father, an indigenous mother who was born in Sabah, who is a woman who lives her life as plus size, right? And I think that there is a lot to be said about this because I constantly have to mask and try to fit in something that is in a sphere above me in order to survive this country. So I think, on a global level, we want to talk about identity as a way where it's celebratory. There's a kind of a happiness about reclaiming your agency and your identity, but that's easier said than done. And I think if there's a way for us to sort of mitigate that without constantly feeling so afraid of injuring the feeling of those who are in power, members of the status quo, it would be an easier conversation.
Okay. Let me go to the Minister of Trade.
I will start by saying that more than 10 years ago, the Prime Minister, the President of my party, introduced one policy, which is called the needs-based policy rather than race-based policies. And it is a process to make people understand that it is not their right just because they belong to a certain group of people, but it's because they need. So if a Malay gets a 10% discount on buying properties, what about the Indians who are poor? Why does the Malay who have higher earnings enjoy the same benefits? So it takes we need to reorientate the thinking.
Thank you. I spoke in the introduction to the program about some sensitivities, and it is the case that debate on what are called the 3 R's here, and that is the royal family, race, and religion, is extremely limited if it exists at all. We are treading on very sensitive ground. I understand that. I respect that as well. But we obviously want to have free and open discussion around the question that Rashini has asked. Tristan Yo.
Let's address it, right? Article 153 in the Federal Constitution provides for the special position. So I think a lot of people, including policymakers, by the way, get confused about what the term actually says. So it is special position, it is not special privileges. I think that Malaysians have lived too long under the shadow of 13 May 1969. And we have not, 13 May 1969 were racial riots. So my point is that let's have some kind of a truth and reconciliation commission, the likes of what South Africa did after apartheid, because we need to close that chapter finally.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I apologise if I'm hurrying our panel along a little bit. We are short of time and with lots of questions. One up. Malaysia was not born or was not forged in a vacuum. Malaysia was a nation state that was given birth during post-colonial era of decolonization of the British Empire. And prior to that, Malaysia was ruled by the Malay Islamic sultanates. Do you reject Roshini's phrase, Malay Muslim hegemony? I would reconfigure the word hegemony. I would rather use custodianship. Why? Because, yes, custodianship means you are the majority race. Your role is to ensure peace and harmony of the nation. Meaning it's a burden, it's a responsibility rather than a privilege. And also, as a Muslim leader, we were not taught to be tolerant. We were in Islam, we were taught to understand this phrase called muhibbah, which means in Arabic love. Love thy neighbor. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to go back to our questioner. Thank you.
First of all, thank you everyone for your kind remarks. Let it be known that you're talking about muhibbah, love, and yet in the previous general election, according to the social media monitoring report by CIJ, Center for Independent Journalism, past one of your own political partners was one of the biggest amplifiers for ethno-religious hate. So I hope that you are able to bring some of those comments back to your country.
Are you?
Yes, I shall leave you there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. One up, very briefly, if you would. Thank you, Rashini. Thank you. Definitely, there are weaknesses among my party members, my coalition members, when it comes to race and religious rhetorics. But why single out PAS? When we all know very well, DAP also play the same rhetorics. Okay. Just that, they are not being reported. This is the Chinese majority. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Clearly strong passions on this issue, as so many others. Let's move on. Thank you. We have our next question is from Vilasini Vijandra. Hello.
Thank you, everyone. Vilasini Vijandran. My question is, how can we ensure that rights to freedom of expression and assembly are safeguarded for young people and that their voices are not stifled by political pressures and restrictive laws?
Thank you very much indeed. It should be said the colonial era left from the British colonists, the Sedition Act, is cited as a very significant restriction on freedom of speech here in Malaysia, restricting criticism of government figures, government and other figures throughout society. Can I start, if I may, with the Senator? The question. How can you ensure rights to freedom of expression and assembly? I believe the Prime Minister said he would repeal the Sedition Act.
I was just commenting that it feels like me against the rest of the...
Not at all. One Ahmed got a terrible time.
I was in the opposition. I knew what it's like. I meant what I said, what we say with regards to freedom of expression. Yeah, I think the reforms may not be going as fast and as what we want it to be, However, there are little steps. There are little steps. And I hope those little steps, like there's a working group on the media law reform that has submitted their findings and their suggestions to the ministry, to Azalina. Um, the manifesto from each parties are not necessarily the same. Government and reflecting on what we should have done. I think one of the best practice is to learn from the German when they formed the Grand Coalition in 2017. They took 5 months actually to form a blueprint where they listed all the policies on hindsight. And I think if it is something that we should have done.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Vilashini Soumya.
The way I see it is that young people are greatly influenced by things that are happening on a global scale. You know, they get most of their education from TikTok, not university, right? And there is, of course, this new way of understanding the world in which if you don't claim and you don't seek your own agency and you don't stand up for what you believe in, then you're going to be buried in the rubble of, you know, all kinds of, you know, post-colonial issues. So this kind of decolonizing approach important to them is necessary, and I'm for it. I understand why there is a need for it. So you can't talk about being ideal person you want to be if you can't secure a job, and you can't talk about securing a job if you can't also talk about your race, but certainly, and I need to put this out there, your sexuality, your gender.
But I would characterize this government as a government with the iron fist in a velvet glove. Stop giving excuses about slow reform. Promise to to see the Sedition Act repealed. Definitely, it can be amended to accept to accept to accept the new realities and challenges, to have more freedom, yeah, and also spaces for people to discuss things that are deemed sensitive. Professor, thank you.
There's a whole slate of archaic legislations that really need to go. The Printing Presses and Publications Act, which restricts operating freely. The Sedition Act, which has very, very vague clauses, which means, therefore, that anything can be captured by the Sedition Act.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to hear from the audience, if I could. But first of all, if I could, from our questioner, Vilashini.
Hi, and thank you all again for your responses. And specifically the
Madam in the front here.
And in Malaysia, we have many controversial issues that are very sensitive, and we are not allowed to talk about it publicly. We have racial sensitivity and especially religious sensitivity. I would love to have a discussion with a Malay Muslim about his religion and my religion. I mean, we just have a talk, you know. But that is not allowed because the laws in the country say proselytizing. You know, if we can't talk about things that's sensitive, and we have to keep quiet and just tolerate the situation, it's never going to be solved in the end.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your thoughts. For our audience, we have to say farewell. I'm afraid that is it for World Questions Malaysia. On behalf of my producer, Charlie Taylor, the BBC World Service, and particularly from me, a huge thank you to our panel. You have been brilliant, you have been patient, you have given us your time and your experience. Thank you. Thank you also to our questioners, fantastic questions, to a brilliant audience here in Kuala Lumpur, and of course, everyone listening around the world. I'm Johnny Diamond. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hi, thanks for joining me. Our weather on Thursday is looking a little mixed. Outbreaks of rain in the morning, or at the very least, cloudy skies. Come the afternoon, though, the sun should be out and it's going to feel a little fresher too. Now, currently, weather fronts are crossing the UK, bringing the outbreaks of rain. Once the weather fronts are in the North Sea, the sun will be out. So here's the forecast then. For Thursday morning, a lot of cloud, outbreaks of rain moving from west eastwards. First, the sun comes out in western areas, and then the showers should leave our east coast early in the afternoon. It's going to be very warm in East Anglia and the southeast, eastern England too, perhaps the mid-20s. Out towards the west, it's going to be a little bit fresher with that air off the Atlantic, our natural air conditioner. Now, come the evening, we could see another weather front approaching, bringing some outbreaks of rain to Northern Ireland and maybe some other western areas. And that cloud rain will continue to spread northwestwards during the course of Friday, whereas further east and southeast, the weather should be dry and bright, and it's going to turn a little warmer. In fact, highs widely across England will be in the mid-20s, perhaps as high as 27 in East Anglia, but it's still going to be a little cooler out towards the west. Here's the outlook for the next few days from Friday onwards. It looks as though it's going to be a very hot start to Wimbledon, with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Bye-bye.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There's some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, should we get on with it?
Rolling.
Here we go. Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
I will give away the vast majority of my money and my full-time focus for the rest of my life.
Every time I lost, I just did a deep dive into the reason why we lost.
Wenn Menschen bei uns in Europa angekommen sind, dann finde ich, haben sie ein Recht darauf, menschlich behandelt zu werden.
When the big names talk, they talk to us.
My dad was a farmer who worked for the government in New Zealand, but he also had a radio talk show for farmers. He patiently listened to every conflicting account of what was and wasn't working before reporting back. I was bored stiff by talk of yields and rotations. That was really influential to how I approached my journalism. Building trust by taking the time to understand a situation clearly before reporting a story. In a 24-hour news cycle, patience can be so frustrating, but it's a crucial tool. I don't rush to be the first. I strive to get it right. I'm Lucy Hawkins on BBC News Now.
Live from Singapore, this is NATO leaders agree to ramp up defense spending following months of pressure from President Trump. UK's technology minister tells the BBC that new spending is needed to defend against Chinese and Iranian cyber attacks on critical national infrastructure. BBC reports from inside Iran as new intelligence from the CIA indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by US strikes.
That leads to set the Iranian capital, Tehran, where there's enormous relief the bombing has stopped. But great worry, this ceasefire won't last.
I'm Suran Donatwari in Tianjin, China, at a key economic meeting. Businesses here are optimistic about the future, but with the end of Trump's tariffs 90-day pause, they're concerned and looking for alternative markets to secure growth.
And a historic milestone for India as it sends its first astronaut in more than 40 years to space. Hello and welcome to Newsday. The NATO leaders have agreed a massive increase in defense spending under pressure from President Trump and under threat from Russia. Meeting at The Hague, member states agreed to raise defense-related spending to 5% of GDP by 2035, as the current target for defense is 2%, and Mr. Trump hailed it as a big win for Western civilization. Our Europe editor, Katja Adler, has this report from the summit.
It's been dubbed the Trump Summit.
3, 2, 1. That's the picture we want. Yeah.
He got to stay in the Dutch Royal Palace overnight.
Well, I hope you slept well. It was great. Yeah.
But this was the photo NATO allies wanted. The US president shoulder to shoulder with them. They hoped Russia's President Putin was taking this in. There had been worries Iran might overshadow the summit. Mr. Trump did spend a lot of time here defending US bumper buster bombing, he called it, of key nuclear sites.
If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating.
But the new head of NATO got the job because he's thought to speak Mr. Trump's favorite language, flattery. He described him as daddy today in the war between Iran and Israel.
Daddy has sometimes used strong language.
Yeah, strong language. So you have to use a certain word.
The fawning and wooing here worked.
Almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO.
This known NATO skeptic was won over by the end of the summit.
I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff, and we're here to help them protect their country. Thank you very much, everybody.
There were clear words of commitment by Donald Trump to NATO right here. That is what the alliance wanted. It really depends on US military support. But Donald Trump is famously unpredictable. Does a commitment today hold for tomorrow?
No one here knows for sure. Mr. Trump was friendlier today towards NATO wannabe member Ukraine. No snide comment about President Zelensky's outfit this time, but also no new US aid package. Just a pledge to push Russia harder to stop the war. And then he was gone, leaving leaders here wondering where to find the cash for defense they promised him. Not from new taxes, insisted the Prime Minister.
We have a commitment in our manifesto not to raise taxes on working people, and we will keep to that commitment. But it is right that I reiterate that the first duty of the Prime Minister is to keep the country safe, and that is a duty I take extremely seriously.
Donald Trump clearly felt loved here in The Hague. NATO hopes he's now less likely to turn away from Europeans and their joint security. Katja Adler, BBC News, The Hague.
The UK has pledged to meet that new NATO target to spend 5% of the GDP on national security by 2035. I spoke to the UK's Secretary of State for Science and Technology, Peter Kyle, on the deck of the HMS Prince of Wales aircraft carrier here in Singapore. He told me the planned increase in defense spending is necessary to counter growing cybersecurity threats from Russia, China, and Iran.
In recent weeks, we have delivered a strategic defense review, which is repurposing our defensive capabilities facing the future, particularly in the digital AI and drone age. We've also had the spending review, which has given a significant uplift to our defensive capabilities. 10% of that uplift will be spent on technology. And much of the technology that is emerging around the world is dual use. Yes, it will be used for civilian economic purposes, but also there are defensive capabilities in there too.
Just want to ask you where all the money is going to come from to pay for all of this. I mean, there's not a small amount of money if we see how much has been allocated for defense spending up until now.
Well, for too long, Britain has had a low growth, high tax economy. And we don't accept that that is the only parameters to the only way to run an economy into the future. So you'll also see that Britain is investing very heavily in innovation. Some of these really important technologies that are emerging, we want Britain to be at the forefront of developing those technologies. And by doing so, creating the economic growth that means we can break that vicious cycle of high tax and low growth. That is the way we can increase spending as a government, investment in our public services, investment into, yes, defence too, without relying always on putting tax up.
Can you point to any UK major military or dual-use AI system that the government has funded, developed and delivered in the last few years?
It is very obvious when you see the war unfolding in Ukraine that technology has played a key role in that. Communications technology, drone technology, these are the new facets of the battlefield. This is not just about defensive capabilities as you would imagine in a battlefield. Bear in mind that Britain is victim to the most amount of cyber attacks of any other European country. The three countries who are responsible for it is Russia, it is China, and it is Iran. So we need to make sure that we are capturing the very latest in technological capabilities, digital capabilities, so that we can defend ourselves, not just from physical threat, but we can defend ourselves from cyber threat too, because they are attacking on critical national infrastructure, and we can never allow one of those attacks to be successful.
So we can move the conversation on to using AI in weaponry and the implications that will have when machines are making decisions of who lives and who dies on the battlefield.
People need to rest assured that there will always be human oversight of the use of AI in our defensive capabilities. That is an essential facet of how we will be harnessing and using it in our deterrence and in our offensive and defensive capabilities.
Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. The ceasefire between Iran and Israel appears to be holding, and life is slowly returning to normal in the Iranian capital of Tehran after almost 2 weeks of Israeli bombing raids. Our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is being allowed to report in the country on condition that none of her reports are used on the BBC's Persian service. And this law from Iranian authorities applies to all international media agencies operating in Iran. She sent this update from Tehran.
Everyone we meet here expresses enormous relief that the bombing has stopped, but we also hear their great worry that this truce may not last. But on the surface, at least, the rhythms of this huge metropolis are starting to return to normal. The traffic is again flowing on the streets. The internet has finally been restored. And on the social media apps not banned by the government or through the devices they use to access the internet, Iranians are now turning to social media to discuss what's been happening. And there's been a cascade of posts with some praising the government for what they describe as their heroic resistance, but others protesting against the restrictions, against what the government did or did not do. And these kinds of discussions will continue after this defining moment. This is a city, a country which has been profoundly shaken, not just by the ferocity of Israeli and American bombs which dropped on their country, some in or near residential areas in this city, but the very fact that it happened and in close to the streets where they live and work. This is a defining moment for Iran, and they know so well that what happens next will not just be decided here. It will be decided in the region and capitals beyond, and most of all in Washington.
The head of the CIA has backed President Trump's view that the US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities caused severe damage and will take years to rebuild. John Ratcliffe said the agency had new reliable intelligence showing that key Iranian nuclear sites had been destroyed. Now, from I'm joined from Washington by our North American correspondent, Jake Kwan. Jake, President Trump is keen to talk about the success of these US strikes. Tell us more about that, and also the doubts that have surfaced that they sort of counter that.
Yeah, I mean, considering that, this was the whole reason for Israel and America to attack Iran, I mean, this is the central question. What happened to Iran's nuclear facilities? Are they destroyed? And if so, how much? And what President Trump has asserted since day one is that it was obliterated, that the destruction was complete, and that he was now ready to move on. But we have seen from American media reports of a leaked report from the Pentagon saying that the destruction was actually quite limited, and the deep underground facilities of the enrichment may be completely intact, and that Iranians had, of course, warning before the Americans were going to attack Iran. So they may have actually removed some of these enriched uranium before the bombing attack, which, of course, the material is the basic ingredient for a nuclear bomb. So President Trump has fully pushed back against this report, calling it fake news, and that's the message we've been hearing from the White House. They reasserted that the destruction is quite complete, but President Trump was acknowledging that a conclusive answer to this question may take time at the NATO summit today.
Well, the intelligence was very inconclusive. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we could take that we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration.
Jake, President Trump going a bit back and forth with that within that statement itself. But tell us about what we can expect then next week. We understand that he's also said that there are going to be talks with Iran.
What we're hearing from the White House is that they're now ready to move on to diplomacy now that the nuclear threat is removed. And he was saying that, the Americans will speak to Iranians next week to come up with some kind of an agreement. Although he said that agreement may not be necessary anymore now that the nuclear weapon has been taken out of the equation, we will probably need some kind of a framework to monitor that the Iranians does not restart the nuclear program. I mean, this is going to require possibly a third party like the IAEA, a UN watchdog on atomic issues, to send a ground team to monitor the Iranian sites to really make sure that the Iranians do not start enriching their uranium again down the line. Now, again, we don't know how much of their machines were destroyed, so that will need to be checked out. We really need to have this in place, because if we do not, America may be simply looking down maybe months or even the years in the future where they may need to look at another nuclear threat. And this is something that was posed to President and the Vice President. And Vice President was saying that if that happens, America will have to bomb Iran again.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jake, for getting us across those details. On North American correspondent Jake Kwan. Now, as we've been discussing with Jake, President Trump has commented about those leaked Pentagon assessments and just suggesting Iran's nuclear program had probably only been set back by a few months. So what do we know about the damage itself then? Well, Gordon Carrera has this report.
Since the weekend, we've heard many claims about the damage inflicted on Iran's nuclear program.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
All three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. He dropped 12
30,000-pound bombs on the worst facility and destroyed that program.
And now there's anger from Washington about suggestions the damage was not as significant as has been claimed. An assessment from the Pentagon's own Defense Intelligence Agency was leaked to the US media with the claim that some nuclear equipment was still intact and that the program had only been set back by a few months. America's Defense Secretary said the leaked assessment was only preliminary and low confidence, and President Trump did not seem to offer much more clarity.
Well, the intelligence was very inconclusive. The intelligence says we don't know. It could have been very severe. That's what the intelligence says. So I guess that's correct. But I think we could take that we don't know. It was very severe. It was obliteration.
The site at Fordo was the key target, and it is too early to be sure what damage has been done here. These new satellite images of the Fordo site show the aftermath of both fresh Israeli attacks on access routes as well as the holes where the US bunker buster bombs burrowed in on the weekend. Now, there is no sign of a collapse, though, of the whole mountain, and the images don't reveal what happened inside and whether the explosions reached the enrichment hall buried deep underground. That means other forms of intelligence will be needed: seismic detectors, specialist laser sensors, maybe human spies and intercepted communications. Now, these new images, also from yesterday from another site, Isfahan, show damage to tunnel entrances. But crucially, even if these sites were obliterated and put out of action, that's not the same as destroying the overall nuclear program.
The big point, according to the leaks we've had from US intelligence, is that the United States thinks Iran has retained highly enriched uranium. That is a much bigger deal than whether the exact amount of damage done to a particular enrichment plant at Fordo.
Tonight, the CIA director issued an unusual statement saying the severe damage these bombers inflicted meant it would take years to rebuild the facilities, which isn't saying the whole program will be delayed for years. And working out what Iran might do next and where will now be the spies' top priority. Gordon Carrera, BBC News.
At least 8 people have been killed in a day of anti-government protests across Kenya. Thousands of Kenyans took to the streets to commemorate a year since deadly anti-tax demonstrations. And the National Human Rights Commission said the fatalities were all from gunshot wounds and added that over 400 were injured, including demonstrators, police, and journalists. Our Deputy Africa editor, Anne Soy, was in central Nairobi as police and demonstrators clashed, and she sent this report.
The Kenyan Parliament is just down the road that way, and these protesters are trying to get to it. It's been barricaded today with razor wire. The government is trying to keep them away from government installations. They're here to commemorate 1 year since they stormed Parliament in protest against a controversial finance bill, which was later withdrawn. And also, they are here to commemorate more than 60 people who were killed during the protests last year. They are protesting against extrajudicial killings, and we have seen police come out with a show of force using tear gas, water cannons. We've also had gunshots as they try and disperse the crowds. Public service vehicles have not been allowed to come into Nairobi today, and so many of these people have had to walk long distances to get here.
Thailand's government is set to make cannabis illegal again, just 3 years after decriminalizing it. Consumption of the drug will soon be restricted to only those with a doctor's prescription. The government approved new measures in the hope that it will help regulate an industry some describe as out of control. Ever since the drug was made legal in 2022, there has been a frenzy of investment and increased demand. Thailand has been under increasing pressure to stop a flood of Thai marijuana being smuggled into the UK. Now it's time to cross over to our Asia business correspondent, Suranjana Tiwari, who's live in Tianjin, China, with all the latest business and market news.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Business Today from Tianjin, China. I'm at the World Economic Forum, and for businesses here, time is ticking. We're just 2 weeks away for the end of the pause on Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, and business leaders are really uncertain about what comes next. Trump had promised 90 trade deals in 90 days, but in reality, we've got just one deal and a whole lot of uncertainty. I've been speaking to the China chief executive of DHL Global Forwarding, Aditi Raspina, and I started by asking her if companies are looking to new markets in order to secure growth.
We do definitely see that. We see some new trade agreements come about, which means trade flows change. We see those organizations want to look at new sourcing and manufacturing options to navigate the tariff scenarios.
And what about Chinese companies? Are they shipping to new markets, perhaps in Southeast Asia?
Southeast Asia is a key trade lane that is developing a lot more. We see a lot more partnership with Chinese organizations in the Middle East and Latin America. So those are new markets that haven't traditionally not been as strong as the Europe and the US trade, but we see become a lot stronger in the last few years.
In terms of tariffs, we are approaching the end of the 90-day pause. I mean, what are you looking for most immediately in terms of DHL?
So we've been working with our customers to find solutions during this period. You see different customers adopting different strategies. So some have done front loading, so to take advantage of the 90-day window. Others have looked for alternative sourcing and manufacturing options where they could for the short term. And the others have a wait and see approach.
What are businesses telling you? I mean, are they able to make plans? Are they fearful of what's to come and the potentially higher costs?
So, most organizations have lived through the tariffs the first time around, and have already created scenarios where they have alternative sourcing and manufacturing options. And everyone's worked out scenarios and solutions now. So people are fairly optimistic that they're able to manage this period of whatever is about to come.
Tariffs have affected companies like Temu and Shein, who use the de minimis rule, which allows them to ship very small packages without attracting any duties. How are you seeing that play out for your clients?
So the de minimis really impacts the smaller shippers and those that are working on the e-commerce model. So that's where we've seen a lot of uncertainty, because whilst people are trying to find solutions, the technology from a customs perspective, in order to be able to handle the workload that will come from the number of shipments that's going to be there and the workload that's required and the manpower is still beefing up. So we need to see how that plays out. But there was a little bit of an impact for that kind of shipment slowing down for the period. So, but they used the window at this time. So let's see what happens from this period in July.
Some other business news for you now. British oil giant Shell has denied a Wall Street Journal report that it's in negotiations for a mega merger with British Petroleum, also known as BP, calling it market speculation. Here's Michelle Fleury with more.
Well, Shell has denied the talks, but that hasn't stopped BP shares from spiking on the rumours of a possible oil mega merger, with commentators suggesting that a tie-up makes strategic sense. The move would bolster Shell's position against US rivals like Exxon and Chevron. But why BP and not, say, an American rival? Well, BP has struggled in recent years, going through leadership changes, strategic pivots and underperformance, all of this making it perhaps more of an ideal takeover target. There's also, of course, that pressure from activist investor Elliott Management. A successful takeover of BP would also allow Shell to regain exposure to the US market. Remember, it sold its shale assets in America's Permian Basin to ConocoPhillips back in 2021. Something to consider, though, BP is a national champion of sorts. So, will the British government let these two companies combine? After all, it does have to consider the national need for energy and worry about jobs. Or will they decide that since both are British companies, bigger is in fact better?
Michelle Fleury there. NVIDIA shares have touched another record high, pushing its market value to $3.75 trillion and making it the world's most valuable company. The company's gains reflect a return by global investors to the so-called AI trade. That investment trend has fueled massive gains in chip stocks and related technology companies in recent years on optimism about the emerging technology. India has put an astronaut into space for the first time in 41 years and Elon Musk's rocket venture SpaceX was a big part of that accomplishment. The Axiom 4 mission is piloted by Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla and is expected to dock with the International Space Station in under 10 hours. The team lifted off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral, Florida, in a mission organized by Texas-based startup Axiom Space in partnership with Elon Musk's rocket venture SpaceX. Do stay with BBC News. I'll have plenty more from the World Economic Forum here in Tianjin, China. Many thanks for watching.
Hi, thanks for joining me. Our weather on Thursday is looking a little mixed. Outbreaks of rain in the morning, or at the very least, cloudy skies. Come the afternoon, though, the sun should be out and it's going to feel a little fresher too. Now, currently, weather fronts are crossing the UK, bringing the outbreaks of rain. Once the weather fronts are in the North Sea, the sun will be out. So here's the forecast then. For Thursday morning, a lot of cloud, outbreaks of rain moving from west eastwards. First, the sun comes out in western areas, and then the showers should leave our east coast early in the afternoon. It's going to be very warm in East Anglia and the southeast, eastern England too, perhaps the mid-20s. Out towards the west, it's going to be a little bit fresher in that air off the Atlantic, our natural air conditioner. Now, come the evening, we could see another weather front approaching, bringing some outbreaks of rain to Northern Ireland and maybe some other western areas. And that cloud rain will continue to spread northwestwards during the course of Friday, whereas further east and southeast, the weather should be dry and bright, and it's going to turn a little warmer. In fact, highs widely across England will be in the mid-20s, perhaps as high as 27 in East Anglia, but it's still going to be a little cooler out towards the west. Here's the outlook for the next few days from Friday onwards. It looks as though it's going to be a very hot start to Wimbledon, with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Bye-bye.
Global business leaders and policymakers are gathering here in the Chinese port city of Tianjin this week. Tariffs have already upended global trade, and with tensions rising rapidly in the Middle East, the cost of fuel and the price of goods is almost certain to go up. Join me, Suranjana Kawari, on BBC News.
I'm in New York Central Park, and in Talking Movies, we'll be reporting on this year's Tribeca Festival. We'll be hearing from co-founder Robert De Niro. We'll sit down with celebrated British actor Andrea Riseborough, and we'll look at some of the festival's stronger documentaries. Join me on Brooke when Talking Movies. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
How is the international media covering the conflict between Israel and Iran? We talked to two journalists about how they're approaching it.
And we'll look at the social media platform Reddit as it turns 20. We'll learn how its communities work. That's all coming up on the Media Show on BBC News.
A little bit of onion. Thanks so much. It smells fantastic. It's feeding time at the Liberty Sanctuary.
Sometimes I don't know where to find all this food. Sometimes in the evening I pray, what shall I do tomorrow? Welcome to Hokkaido.
Thank you. This looks incredible. I had no idea they were so big. So this behind us is what this is going to become.
It's like the most exciting festival that happens in this region.
Here in the Maldives, sandbanks like this appear and disappear. They constantly change size and shape according to the seasons of the ocean's forces. And that really influences the way that the people live and adapt.
Inspiring travel. Watch now on iPlayer. Now on BBC News, a global, topical, weekly show that lifts the hood on the entertainment and news business, exploring the companies and personalities who command our attention and how our perception of the world is shaped by them. The Media Show. Hello, I'm Casey Razzled.
And I'm Ros Atkins. This week on the Media Show, we'll look at how the international media has covered the conflict between Israel and Iran.
And as Netflix releases a new documentary about the Grenfell Tower fire in London, we speak to its director.
We'll also talk about the social media platform Reddit. It's turning 20, and we're going to learn how its communities moderate themselves and how AI may change that. That's all coming up on the Media Show. The conflict between Israel and Iran has been dominating the news this week, and we've been looking at the challenges for journalists who are covering the story.
On Wednesday, we spoke to Shayna Oppenheimer from BBC Monitoring in Tel Aviv and to Shoshank Joshi, defence editor at The Economist.
There are very, very few, if any, publications that have permanent staff based in Iran. And that's partly a function of the way the Iranian regime has conducted itself. It has arrested many, many dual nationals over the years, accusing them of espionage, and it has not been a hospitable place to do journalism. And therefore, the result is that most organizations covering this story are based either in Israel or in other parts of the Middle East, but not in Iran. And that creates a certain, I think, detachment from what's happening. But the other thing that strikes me that's very interesting is we're dealing with a sort of simultaneous transparency and opacity. And the transparency is the fact that I am able to acquire satellite photographs of nuclear sites in Iran of the sort that would have blown the socks off a CIA chief in the 1950s within hours. But actually, at the same time, I am grappling with very, very sensitive claims about intelligence that are much more challenging to vet, scrutinize, probe. And I think that this is a problem we are finding in many conflicts around the world.
And how do you go about that challenge that you described in the last part of your answer, that you're getting information about what's happening in Iran often from your sources, but then the work of standing that information up is particularly difficult?
Well, I think part of the answer is using social media and other channels to try to get first-hand accounts of what's happening on the ground. And that can serve us very well in some circumstances, in cities where there are lots of people with mobile phones capturing footage. Obviously, it does not serve us very well when it comes to the question of whether a particular building struck in Tehran was a centrifuge production facility for uranium. We can't answer that just by studying the wreckage from the outside. And so the answer, as always, with good journalism, as you both know very well, is triangulation. Talk to as many people as you can from a range of different backgrounds and nationalities, and you try to piece together different parts of the puzzle, always accepting that you don't know everything. And I think conveying some of those caveats to your readers or your viewers or listeners.
Would you also try and develop sources within Iran, or would doing that put them at risk to a degree that you wouldn't be comfortable with?
No, we'd absolutely develop sources within Iran. Some of my colleagues have excellent sources within Iran. And Iran is, it is a repressive state. But that doesn't mean people can't talk to you using encrypted apps, using means of safe and secure communications that would not have been available to people 15 or 20 years ago in the same way. And that allows us to get those direct views of people. I think having said that, though, we are aware that when you talk to some people in Iran, they will be operating under conditions of surveillance, of self-censorship, and also they may have to tailor what they say and what they tell you for fear of repercussions. And you have to factor that in. I will say here, of course, on the Israeli side, Israel has wartime censorship, and it has a military censor that operates even in peacetime. So, for instance, Israel has asked people not to report on where missiles have struck buildings in case it helps Iranian targeting. And there are certain subjects that Israeli journalists cannot report on unless they attribute it to the foreign press. So that sense of wartime restraint is absolutely operative in Israel to some degree as well.
And Shoshank, one aspect of this story which you will be able to cover is the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's direct communication with Iranians, often happening via media outlets, where he is saying this is an opportunity for you to change who controls and runs your country. What's your observation of how he's used the media to deliver that message?
Well, this is interesting because the Israel Defense Forces have just as they have an Arabic language spokesman, they have a Persian language spokesman who delivers messages in Farsi. And some of those are operational messages, like the one we saw recently to clear large areas of Tehran. But some of those are very political messages. And similarly, from the Prime Minister, he has used often television channels that are popular in the Iranian diaspora, like Iran International, as he did the other day, to deliver a message effectively of his ambition of regime change in Iran. I think this is particularly effective when you have a very connected population. But Iran, of course, is also trying to disrupt and limit the internet domestically because it is aware that that also is a way of keeping itself safe sometimes.
Very useful. Shoshank, thank you very much for joining us on the media show. That's Shoshank Joshi, who's the defense editor of The Economist.
And now we're also joined by Shayna Oppenheimer from BBC Monitoring, who is in Tel Aviv. How did you and other outlets in the region hear about this operation first? And also, where you are in Tel Aviv, how has the domestic media been covering the story, the impact of the strikes in Israel?
I'll start personally. At this point in the war, you kind of assume they're all being launched from Yemen, so there's a tendency not to take them too seriously. I personally didn't bother to make it to a bomb shelter. I just kind of stood in my hallway. And as the siren ended, it was a bit shorter than usual. I got an alert to my phone, which I had never gotten before, kind of this warning sound saying to kind of be near a protected area. It was quite confusing. And then very quickly through local media and kind of my own journalist channels, we understood that the Israeli military had struck sites in Iran. And this is kind of when all of it started. There was a bit of shock and surprise, even though there was a lot of reporting leading up to this that indicated this could happen.
And how quickly did you start reporting it, and you and others? And of course, I'm very interested in how the domestic media is covering it.
Pretty soon I kind of turned on the channel, started looking at things, writing my colleagues about it, and kind of I cover mostly Israeli media and how it's kind of messaging and portraying events to the public. And very, very quickly you see this kind of wartime mode kick into gear with the Israeli media putting up slogans of "Together we will win," is Israel attacking Iran, and very much cheerleading what they see as significant military achievements in Iran, while not mentioning whatsoever the civilian impact of those strikes.
And do you see different media coverage across, depending on the political spectrum, or is it all very one note?
I would say what's quite striking about this, though, is a general trend in the Israeli media and the public is on the eve of this attack. There was a lot of criticism of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the way he was handling the war in Gaza, and the view that it's dragging on kind of for his own political survival. And you see that criticism really heavily in the mainstream media, the left-wing media, not so much the right-wing media. The second Israel kind of goes and decides to launch an attack on Iran, and Netanyahu, I will say, has a tendency to pursue kind of favorable public policy. You see kind of across the board this kind of excitement and cheerleading and kind of view that this was a good thing. And for Netanyahu, we can talk a lot about his calculations, but this was a fantastic distraction from all of the criticism that he has kind of been receiving since October 7th, before October 7th, just on the eve of this, he himself kind of being able to escape a pretty significant threat to his own ruling coalition.
And there was even a presenter, wasn't there, comparing him to Churchill and other big figures?
Yeah, we've seen that a lot in right-wing media. And one broadcaster said that by striking Iran, Netanyahu kind of proved himself to do much more for the world than Winston Churchill or MLK ever did, though that kind of sentiment is not necessarily shocking from something like Channel 14, which is kind of likened to the Israeli Fox News. I think what's more striking is when you see it in mainstream media, when the day before there was so much criticism of the way he handles his kind of military policy.
That was Shayna Oppenheimer and Shoshank Joshi speaking to us on Wednesday.
Now, this week marks 8 years since the Grenfell Tower fire in London. It was a high-rise residential building and 72 people lost their lives, including 18 children. A public inquiry found that their deaths were avoidable.
Now, Netflix has released a new documentary that investigates what happened. It's called Grenfell Uncovered, and a key focus is who knew what and when about the flammable cladding that had been put around the town.
This is described as sticking a petrol tanker to the outside of the building. This was this huge corporate scandal. There's internal emails that say, oops, we are not clean. Sadly, companies were able to find a way out of the regulations.
Any minister who wants to introduce a regulation has to scrap one.
We raised concerns with the council. We were labelled grouchers. We didn't deserve anything, so just shut up.
There are thousands of buildings that still have the combustible cladding.
Feel free to ask me as many questions as you like, but use your time wisely.
We were joined by the director of Grenfell Uncovered, Olaide Sigi.
Obviously, it took some time, and I think it was like making it a safe space for people to want to tell us their story. There are some people who have spoken in this documentary at length, probably for the first time to this degree. Obviously, they've done maybe smaller news pieces and stuff like that, and there are people who are taking part, not necessarily being survivors, but are taking part for the first time in a Grenfell documentary. So it was about buying into what we were saying we wanted to do and believing us. So it was about building trust and saying that we want to make this different, we want to make this purposeful, we want to make this bold, and we want people to understand what happened and how it happened. And I think, you know, the trust was there, the trust was built, and it allowed people to come to us and tell their stories. And actually, I think they welcomed the opportunity to do so, because a lot of people want to keep speaking. They haven't had resolve, they haven't had a conclusion. So whilst they haven't had that, the Grenfell story is still very real for them.
Now, the Grenfell report, the inquiry report, identified a series of failures by both government and the private sector, rendering the tower a death trap, and the cladding was pinpointed as the principal factor for the rapid spread of the fire. And drilling down into who knew what about the cladding and when is, as we were saying, a key aspect of your documentary. What new evidence did you uncover, and how did you get it?
So we obviously combed through the inquiry in fine detail. So there are a lot of things from the inquiry that people may not have seen before that we've brought to light. And we also went through our own endeavours to look into paperwork and different actions that took place in America to understand that one of the companies involved who made the cladding may have known about the dangers of the product, you know, years before the fire. And that's what we wanted to find out, and I think that's what we did find out, and that's what we brought to the surface in a way that we feel is new and hasn't been done before.
And you took legal action, I think, in order to get some internal emails released between staff at this company, the cladding manufacturer in the US, Arconic. What did they reveal? How did you do that, and what did they reveal?
I mean, the process was about submitting a case to do it, and that had to go through its own process. And that took some time. So that was the how. It wasn't, we didn't kind of go to all of them, but we put our case and we had to wait for an answer. And what it revealed was that senior executives at Arconic were aware of the dangers of that particular product before and during the sale of Grenfell, and even just after the sale. And at one point did they, step in and maybe pull it from the sale or advise that it wasn't suitable, even though there was documents to show that the PE version of that product wasn't suitable for high-rise buildings. And that is the product that ended up on the Grenfell Tower, unfortunately.
So yes, these were the cassette-shaped cladding elements that were on the fire, that went up so quickly up the side of that building once the fire started. Yeah. Is what you found significantly different to the criticism of Arconic by the inquiry chairman, Sir Martin Moore-Bick? And because he said the company had deliberately and dishonestly concealed test data going back to 2005 that showed its cladding burnt in an extremely dangerous way and misled the market with safety statements it knew to be false, he said.
Yeah, I'd say we were aligned with what he says, and I think we've tried to go. We've tried to go further in trying to highlight that, because not everyone probably would have listened to Sir Martin Morbick's delivery or read the inquiry, followed the inquiry, wanted to make not just the route Chronic, but everyone involved in the Grenfell story wanted to make that information digestible to a lot of audiences who may not know about Grenfell at all or know who's involved.
And what response have you had from Arconic?
Their response is in the film, and their response is brief, and their response was that they didn't mislead, and they stand by their product being safe to use on building construction.
And we did, of course, ask for a statement from the company. We didn't get a response, but at the Grenfell Inquiry final report last year, they said that their subsidiary Arconic Architectural Products, SAS, supplied sheets of aluminium composite material that were used to manufacture the rain screen for the Grenfell Tower refurbishment. This product was safe to use as a building material and legal to sell in the UK, as well as the more than 30 other countries in which AAP customers purchased the product. We reject any claim that AAP sold an unsafe product.
Hello, Elodie. It's Ross here, listening to you talking with Katie. As I'm listening to you, I'm wondering what kind of response you've had from the community around Grenfell Tower, and whether you were nervous about showing the community the film.
I wouldn't say I was nervous. The response actually has been predominantly positive. I think obviously there's so much to the Grenfell story, and there's only so much you can include, and we can't tell every story. And we know we're not the first documentary, and we're probably unlikely to be the last. But I would say the response has been really positive. It's been very emotional. It's a very, very emotional space, given that it's 8 years on. Very recently, the silent walk I was out on Saturday was very somber. I think with the announcement of the tower coming down, is there a very different feel in the community. So I think people were welcome seeing it, and I think they appreciated the opportunity to see it before it was launched on the platform. And that feedback was very raw, very emotional, but it was very emotionally charged as well. And I think it galvanized a lot of people who feel like this could help push the dial somewhat in their push for change and justice.
And you use the word galvanize. Is it your hope that more broadly, the many people who watch this documentary on Netflix will be galvanized? Are you hoping for an impact such as, in a very different way, we saw from programs like Adolescence or Mr. Bates versus the Post Office?
I mean, I think if it had a sliver of the same, that would be amazing. Both those programs did such an amazing job of igniting conversations and getting people talking and pushing for change. And I think that's what the Grenfell community and the bereaved and survivors want. They want change, they want accountability, they want justice. And I think the way we've packaged this film, I hope that would be something that can kickstart those conversations. I think if it's having real conversations with decision makers in this country, I think that would be massive for us, and massive for all those directly affected by the fire, because it is a story that doesn't just concern the victims and the bereaved. I think it concerns all of us. We all live in this country, and it happened in this country, and it may well could happen again if change isn't made. So I think it would be amazing if the documentary does have a wider impact on the cladding still on buildings, on the way we govern this country, the way people in social housing are treated. There's a number of things that we cover that we'd like to conversations to be started from, for sure.
Now, next on the media show, we're going to talk about the social media platform Reddit. If you haven't used the site, well, it's built around over 100,000 interest-based communities, and they focus on everything from politics to gardening to cute animals.
It has more than 100 million daily active users globally. We spoke to Laura Nessler, Reddit's global head of community.
Reddit is a community of communities. It's a place where people, anyone, you can come together around the things that you care about the most. So you can go and learn about something, but also you can go in and get really deep on a niche particular interest and find people there that are just as passionate about those things as you are. So for
how
example,
do you get into it? And just describe for people, what do you actually do? What is this, when you go on a subreddit or a thread, what is it?
Sure. So a subreddit is just a community. Like you mentioned, there's over 100,000. They're all created and run by community members themselves. So you could search for a new skincare regime or how to rebuild an engine, and you'll find a community for that on Reddit. You can immediately join the conversation by posting or commenting or voting and just getting involved.
Roz and I are news people, first and foremost, I suppose. And there's a new report by the Reuters Institute released yesterday, which suggests that social media is now the main source of news in the US. Do users go to Reddit for news, I wonder?
Well, certainly what's happening in the news is happening on Reddit. It really is a reflection of whatever is happening in the world. But the nuance here is that people go to Reddit for discussion about the news. So you'll see a breaking headline posted, and then hundreds of people on Reddit unpacking it in the comments. They want to recount the play by play, they want to assess the impact of whatever event just broke. So it's not just about what happened, it's really about the conversation.
And you've mentioned several times the moderators and the community are at the heart of this, and that each different section may have different rules. So help us understand how the moderation works. How do the rules get enforced?
Our unique moderation model is really what keeps Reddit real. It's what creates spaces for people to feel vulnerable and be authentic. There are three layers of moderation. First, Reddit, the platform, governs the infrastructure. So things like policies, safety standards, we enforce a set of rules that applies to everybody. But moderators are the second layer. Every community has at least one moderator, and these are community members, not Reddit employees. And what they do is they create an additional set of rules that sit on top of our platform policies that are tailored to the community's unique needs and goals. So, for example, UK personal finance, they have an additional set of rules that includes no specific investment recommendation. My favorite example is a community called Cats Standing Up.
Right.
You may be surprised to find out that
Sounds niche.
Yeah, Reddit corporate, we do not have any site-wide rules dictating whether cats can be sitting or standing. That may be a surprise, but you better believe that in that community, your post will be removed by the moderators if it's not a cat and that cat is not standing up.
Well, I guess
We also have a third layer of moderation, which is our users. So this is really important because users' participation is what makes Reddit really authentic. It's how content is displayed within the communities. And what it does is it builds the community's culture because it creates a single shared view of all of the content with the community posts. But I think what's important to remember is that the power on Reddit is distributed by design, right? It is this tension and checks and balances with communities at the center of gravity that all exist to make sure the communities thrive.
But if the communities are the center of gravity and you have this model which really can only thrive with those communities being very active, I'm listening thinking, well, I can understand why people might want to join these communities, but I'm also thinking this sounds like a lot of work for someone to maintain these communities. Does Reddit pay any of them?
We do not pay our moderators. No, moderators, I think what's important to remember is that moderators are here for their communities, right? Not for Reddit. They don't have a specific set of tasks that Reddit is giving them. So our role at Reddit is really to empower our moderators, ensure that they have the tools and the programs to be successful at whatever the goal is for their individual community. And that's what we've been investing in on Reddit side.
And I must ask you about AI. Of course, any conversation around any tech product has to feature that. You place a huge emphasis as a company, and you've also done this during the interview on the importance of community and of the individual moderators who make Reddit so special. But surely there is a risk here that as Reddit embraces AI in a range of ways, you won't be such a human company, that actually the technology will become more dominant in shaping the experience.
If left unchecked, yes. But I believe that it's as much of a challenge as it is an opportunity. So looking ahead, of course, we're really focused on preserving the humanness of Reddit and the internet in general. People are exhausted by inauthentic information online. Everything is polished, everything is sponsored, everything is AI generated, and that's just not Reddit, right? Reddit is real. So what we're doing to make sure that Reddit stays human is exploring ways to confirm that users are real people without needing their personal information. So we need to know you're a human, but we don't need to know your name.
So that helps in terms of the users, but in terms of how the moderation and the site works, if you are, for example, and I think this is correct, Reddit is allowing AI models to train on Reddit content. Once the AI has learned how the Reddit content works, surely it will be in a position to moderate, to shape the content that is posted or not posted on Reddit, and thus it will do quite a few people who love the platform out of a role.
Well, I would disagree. I think when used well, it can really help moderators flag things like rule breaking content. Imagine if you have a niche community and you have a set of rules. That AI could understand those rules. And when people come into your community, maybe that AI, when you are posting something that's against the rule, for example, a dog in the cat standing up community, AI could help solve that for a mod before they have to see it. So really, I think that it's important that human verification is top priority, right? Reddit's going to thrive because it's real, it's people helping other people, and AI needs to support the moderators. There's never a world where AI should replace the moderators because at that point, Reddit loses everything that makes it special.
That was Nora Nessler, Reddit's Global Head of Community.
And that is it for this week's edition of the Media Show. Thank you very much indeed for your company, and bye-bye.
Bye. And if you'd like to hear a longer version of today's show, search BBC The Media Show, wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Hi, thanks for joining me. Our weather on Thursday is looking a little mixed. Outbreaks of rain in the morning, or at the very least, cloudy skies. Come the afternoon, though, the sun should be out, and it's going to feel a little fresher too. Now, currently, weather fronts are crossing the UK, bringing the outbreaks of rain. Once the weather fronts are in the North Sea, the sun will be out. So here's the forecast then. For Thursday morning, a lot of cloud, outbreaks of rain moving from west eastwards. First, the sun comes out in western areas, and then the showers should leave our east coast early in the afternoon. It's going to be very warm in East Anglia and the southeast, eastern England too, perhaps the mid-20s. Out towards the west, it's going to be a little bit fresher with that air off the Atlantic, our natural air conditioner. Now, come the evening, we could see another weather front approaching, bringing some outbreaks of rain to Northern Ireland and maybe some other western areas. And that cloud rain will continue to spread northwestwards during the course of Friday, whereas further east and southeast, the weather should be dry and bright. And it's going to turn a little warmer. In fact, highs widely across England will be in the mid-20s, perhaps as high as 27 in East Anglia, but it's still going to be a little cooler out towards the west. Here's the outlook for the next few days from Friday onwards. It looks as though it's going to be a very hot start to Wimbledon with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. Bye-bye.
What is newscast?
There's a simple answer. It's about the news and it's a podcast.
It's not too noisy and shouty, and it's fair and it's open-minded. The news is so bonkers. None of us have ever known anything like it.
Looking for the truth. It's not about opinion.
It's like a brainstorm between us all and our colleagues, isn't it?
You don't have to take yourself seriously when you're talking about serious subjects.
There may not be a script, but there are facts. This is going to make me sound like such a dweeb. Actually, it's quite fun.
More fun than go to the pub.
Depends who it's when. For what you need to know, when you need to know it, listen to Newscast every day on BBC Sounds.
I think the first signs that I wanted to be a journalist were when, as a kid, I started making pretend reports in my back garden. I always liked asking a lot of questions. But as I grew up, I wanted to be part of trying to explain why things happen. I've had a lot of different jobs in journalism. What I've learned is that it's always about the people that are at the heart of these stories, how they're affected. The wildfires was a story I was living through myself. It is really hard to comprehend how life is ever going to get back to normal here. Overwhelming for so many people in the city, and it was affecting everyone's day-to-day lives. And I was going to bed at night not really knowing what I was going to wake up to the next day. Fires were burning right around us, so we were having to take split-second decisions about how to gather pictures and tell this story.
Helicopters flying, just about us, just dropping water now, trying to keep those flames alive.
It was tearing through everything. I knew thousands of people were leaving their homes and were probably never going to get to go back to them. And in the middle of that chaos, I had to find ways to talk to people about what they were experiencing. And it wasn't very nice. It felt down. I think hearing one person's story helps viewers trust what they're hearing. Because when you can empathise with one person's experience, it helps you get an understanding of the bigger picture.
Live from Singapore, this is BBC News. NATO leaders agree to ramp up defense spending following months of pressure from President Trump. UK Technology Minister tells the BBC the new spending is needed to defend against Chinese and Iranian cyber attacks on critical national infrastructure. BBC reports from inside Iran as new intelligence from the CIA indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by US strikes.
Now these two sets in the Iranian capital, Tehran, where there's enormous relief the bombing has stopped. But great worry, this ceasefire won't last.
Plus, a historic milestone for India as it sends its first astronaut to space in more than 40 years.
And I'm Surendra Natwari in Tianjin, China, at a key economic event. Businesses here are optimistic about the future.
Listen, classics. Good night. How are you?
Looms large, with many looking for alternative markets to secure growth.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Please kindly like up the live, please, and thanks. Appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you have a lovely day. Happy Thursday.
This feels like home. Valent Boilers and Heat Pumps sponsor Good Morning Britain national weather.
Good morning to you. Yesterday, temperatures climbed to 28 degrees. Not quite as warm today with a little more cloud around, but day on day through particularly central southern areas of the UK, temperatures climbing up to 31 or 32 degrees through Sunday and Monday. Today, a fair bit more cloud in the forecast. Some outbreaks of rain. Warm sunshine returns later this afternoon. This is how it looks right now. Cloudy skies for many. There were some showers along the Kent coast overnight. They've now cleared into the near continent, and there a band of rain in the west. This rain will move eastwards, but it fragments as it does so, then turning a little more showery. So some showers for Scotland down the east coast of England this afternoon, but drier, sunnier, and warmer this afternoon with top temperatures up to 28 degrees. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Firstly,